Hi, Jay. Can you hear the music? Can you hear me? I'm just taking care of some of the shares on the other social media, if you will. The typical shares are still super appreciated. Just taking care of my Twitter and stuff like that. You know what I mean? How are you doing today? Let's see. Emojipedia, be my best friend. Today we're going to be doing all watercolor all day long. It's kind of a complicated piece. Volume's good on all end. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate that. Alright, sounds good, sounds good. We're still in the middle of a transition, friendo, so if you didn't know, I still am, I'm a streamer on Facebook Gaming, as well as Twitch, but I'm moving all of my art content over here. So like traditional art streams, as well as the commissions and requests from the Facebook gaming community. So if you're interested in putting in a request, feel free to join the Facebook gaming community where we earn badges and all of that fun stuff. Zoom zoom. Yeah, we're gonna be playing Mario Kart tonight. The new wave is coming out on Thursday. So we're gonna get some practice in for that. Alright, there's the Twitter share. Yeah, I might as well share on my personal Facebook. I think that's something that like my friends would actually be a little bit more interested to see. You know, I should do... you know, I'm not gonna share on the Facebook because I think that's where that strike came from, even though it's quite literally myself. Facebook be doing some weird stuff. That's okay. We're gonna work with what we got. Let's see. Let's do a share from the retweet. Nah, let's just... put this here. Alright. I'll make it more personal though. If anyone wants to join and hang out while I paint, I'm on YouTube today. Post. Excellent. The sound of the door closing was Marcus kidnapping Crabigale, just to let you know. We'll be around for a bit, but I'll be heading to the gym in about an hour. Sounds good, sounds good. Well, if you're gonna hang out for the first bit, you will be here for the good old frisking portions, I think. Okay. Alright. Stonks done in appropriate groups. Great! My shares are done too. So let's get this party started, shall we? Frequently asked questions. Hello, hello. I'm Angie. I'm a streamer on Facebook Gaming. You can follow me at fb.gg/shenanigans of Angie. I also take commissions on Ko-fi. I was also invited to be one of the people to pilot some of the changes on their Ko-fi commission menu. So some of my Ko-fi commission menu pieces have been rearranged, and hopefully they make a lot more sense. They gave us some extra add-on slots to do and all of that fun stuff. So if you are interested in ordering art of mine, just like this order right here, feel free to take a look at the Ko-fi.com. We're getting frisky. Yes, Crabigale has been returned to the rightful place. Let's try the stream bot one more time. Let's try stream bot one more time. Can we do exclamation socials? And see if adding Stream Elements YouTube page ended up working for the chat bot commands. That way I can help my other friends who are trying YouTube as well. If you didn't know, our good friend Dorky Awesome Guy who's on Twitch but I met through Facebook Gaming, is doing some stuff on YouTube now as well. So definitely check out Dorky Awesome Guy on YouTube. He's doing like co-chillin', co-creation as well, kind of like body doubling stuff. Co-shells. Well, no, looks like it's still not working. I need to still figure that out. But in the meantime, let me drop the link tree so it looks official. Let's see, and then I can pin that. Thanks for trying, Famarino. I do enjoy how my link tree looks like. Oop. Don't mind me, that my PNG tube just being a little angry. All right, let's go ahead and pin that message. And I've also added the Discord on there. I know that we had some friends last time say they wanted to join the Discord, and I said it was on there. And it was, but it was very subtle. It was like one button as opposed to a whole entire like obvious link. So there it is. If you're interested in joining the Discord and all of that good stuff, that's where we mostly hang out and game together and chat and all of that good stuff. You can share pictures of your dogs, all of that stufferinos. My slots available is a total lie. Give me 1 second. I do not have 9 slots open. I think I actually have, the Ko-fi says 5, but there is one in the middle of being a process that's super important to me. I had a friend of mine actually who I learned about streaming from and who I originally moderated for. She passed away when she died last year, and her death anniversary is coming up. And her twin sister, who's also a really good friend of mine, wanted to commission me. So we're going to actually say that's 4 slots available. So keep in mind, when you do order art from an artist, they will have a queue. So even if you do order the commission, they might not start on it until all of the other things are done. So for instance, this one is higher up on the queue than the other one. Yeah, it was rough. I still think about her sometimes, and I think that's just the way it is with grief, you know. She sells shells by the faux show. David, I am so tempted to pin that comment because it's so funny. But no, it is important to have the link tree up. I was actually like streaming for that bit of time to try to help raise awareness for the fundraiser for her funeral, because funeral expenses are quite expensive. Anyways, let's see. So my actual slots open if I can find where to put this. My goodness. Oh, if you can see here, so the drawing is already done. I did this through the course of maybe 2 days. I did lose a complete 24 hours of sleep to get the line art done. Because originally it was expedited for the first, but then plans changed, which they do. So now we can kind of take our time. I'm thinking of having this be a 2-parter so I can take time with the painting process. And just in case I make any mistakes, the one thing about traditional art is there is no undo button in IRL. There is no undo button in real life. You know what I mean? Aw, Jay, thank you for all the hugs. Let's see. Monetization. No, that's not. Where on Well, I'm swimming in all of the sources. Give me 1 second. I'm so sorry. Oh, there it is. Okay, wait. Hold on. Slot number. We're going to say that's 4. Not 43. Good God. 4. 4 slots available. Ooh. Oh. Not 43. 4. Not 43. Alright, we Gucci. Let's get the show on the road. You can kind of see a better look at my setup over here. Chatbot is working here. Excellent. Good to see it. Good to see it. So I did start a full, 40 minutes late. So this stream was scheduled to end around 3, but we'll make it until 3:40. All right. Real life undo button is eraser and whiteout, but I know what you mean. I want the 43rd spot, no. No, I mean, there's no undo button for paint. I'm painting right now, friend. There's no undo button for, I mean, like, yeah, I guess that's the whiteout, but especially when it comes to painting and stuff, no, they're not gonna be doing any of that. What is this line? Oh, it's on my display. I'll just wiggle that off. I'm like, what is that? This is a family portrait. It's a basic recreation. I think most of the things that took the most time was actually this set of stairs here, because the reference was very, very dark, and it's also perspective, which, ugh. And it's like not straight sideways, it's like kind of at an angle and like twisted, and it was just like, ugh, it's a lot. So this piece of paper is test paper. So I think I mentioned this last time that when I'm measuring out, I do little snippets. I use this to test the color, because the color of the watercolor pigment in the cakes may not be what translates onto the paper, and you don't want to mess up your the final. You want to test it out on test strips first, and then proper brush care. So I decided to use one of my clear ones because I'm also drinking coffee and I don't want to mistake my water mug for my coffee mug, because I do that quite a lot. Undo button is white paint? No. Not with watercolor. White paint is used as a mixer to create creamier, lighter colors, and will absolutely not do anything for that. Actually, I guess, like, I often do say that watercolor is more forgiving than people give it credit for. A lot of times they'll be like, watercolor is so unforgiving. But if you still have it while it's wet, the actual undo button for that is a little bit of water and a dry brush, or like a napkin. You don't want to like scrub at it, you just want to do a couple dabs. It'll probably come up while we're doing this, because I am nowhere near perfect. Alright, so I'm now using a second reference. So this, okay, first of all, when you're referencing something, it's literally meant for reference. So you're looking at something and you're like, okay, this is where it sits on like the shoulder. It doesn't typically mean like full on one-to-one correspondence recreation, although this is what the client wanted. So that is what I'm doing here. I don't typically do that. Typically I'll grab a whole bunch of things I'm going for, like the essence for, or like things that inspire me to create something a little bit more original, but I'm like looking at for poses for the most part. Hi Murchie, what's up? I'm working on a commission, and I was just talking about how like references are not typically recreation, but this is actually something that the client wanted. So I am doing kind of a recreation piece here, and I've already done the line art and stuff like that. For this one, I'm doing something a little out of the ordinary, and I typically do my line art in pen, but I felt like that would be too harsh of the lines, and I don't actually have colored pencils that are the full range that I would actually really enjoy, and that would be my first choice. So I went in with like graphite. However, if you're going to do that, it is very important that you choose a hard lead and not a soft lead, because if you do a soft lead, it's like closer to like charcoal. When you go over it with watercolor, it's gonna smudge all over the place and make it gross and gray and brown. So yes, I am using pencil, but I'm using a very hard lead from like the drawing pencils that you see where they have like a bunch of numbers and letters on the bottom. Oh, you're working while you're at Chicago. No. Are you getting pizza? Asked David. Are you getting pizza? Are you saying hi to Dorky while you're there? You're No, that's so awful. I'm so sorry. Okay, let's get the show on the road. So with watercolors, here's my little tidbit, is one, when you're working on something, you have to work in layers, and you're going to work from your lightest color to your darkest color. Number two, if the colors that are next to each other are not something that you want to blend into each other, treat it like a puzzle, right? You're going to do it in patches. Because if water is cohesive, so that's like a big word. Water sticks to water, right? So when you have like two water droplets next to each other and then they want to like go and like combine, that's cohesion. Okay, the like sticking of the same. So water's cohesive. So if you're trying to do, like, for instance, she's got like a darker blonde hair. If I'm doing like the dirty blonde here in the hair, but her skin tone I'm leaving like more of a peachy, like light skin tone. Chicago pizza was the very first thing I got. Perfect. God, it's gonna make everything look muddy. So a lot of times the thing that like really messes up first like beginners at watercolor is you have to practice a lot of patience. The slurp, I love the one. So sometimes I'll just like color from like one side to the other side. And you don't do that, especially if you have like something like red and green next to each other, like Christmassy pieces, for instance, will use a lot of red and greens, or just contrasting colors. They'll create brown, at least when you're following the traditional red, yellow, blue. I actually follow magenta, cyan, yellow because reasons. That's the true primary colors. Don't fight me. Don't fight me. I will literally show you two right before your eyes, me mixing red. If you can mix a color, it ain't a primary, I'm just saying. The drive was great, by the way. A video will be up hopefully in a month or two. So much footage. Oh yeah, are you gonna do it on your other YouTube page? Feel free to type from there, Murchie, so that people can find you. Actually, yeah, can you? And then that way my mods can update your friend links to include your YouTube electric car road tripping content creation, because I think that's super awesome. Oh, I bet editing is the thing that takes the most time. That's actually why I like live streaming. It's a little bit more improv, but I don't have the editing skills, to be honest. Aren't the primaries orange and lemon and apple? What are you doing, David? Red, green, blue. That's light. That is different. It's additive, isn't it? Your light primaries are different from your pigment primaries. Also, magenta is not pink, nor is it purple. It's a color of its own. And actually, if you want to take a step further, magenta doesn't exist. Magenta is an error code in our brain because the cones don't like match up. So then what your brain produces is the color magenta. CMYK gang, yeah. Actually, if you go into Photoshop and you turn on multiply, it's subtractive mixing. So if you were to put magenta, cyan, yellow on top of each other on there, you can actually create black. And then if we really want to go into it, like, can't really truly make black. But anyways, enough of the color theory. Let me see what... So Marcus decided to get me some really expensive watercolor sets, but he didn't know that I wouldn't buy all entirety of every single available cake available. So usually when you have these travel cases, what you want to do is you want to choose, you take one case with you of like the ones that you mix. So I would have brought magenta, cyan, yellow, some browns, some very specific, like, you know, so that I could carry it with me and then mix it onto the top lid. So everyone asks me, Angie, why is your your paint set so dirty? And I'm like, these are literally welled up so that you can mix on them and then not dump that into the water and then into the sink, but it dries on. You can reactivate any of these shades. Thank you, and we're back. Charging the road, yes. Thank you so much. David, since Jay did the shares, can you grab that YouTube channel, Charging the Road, and add it to Murchie's links on other? We'll have to reorganize that. Anyways, so we have some lace going on here. We have a lot of things going on here, to be honest. We have what is called frisk. Frisking is one of my favorite things to do because it is a liquid latex that helps. It's a type of resist technique. So far I've been doing it straight from the bottle, but you can also mix it with water for a more diluted resist. I would not suggest when you're mixing it to use your nice what's it called? Yeah, your nice brushes. It will mess them up. I always say this, but I feel like that always needs a disclaimer. I would use like a cheapo like brush that you got for like $10 or something. Like a set of like 50 for like $10. Don't use a $10 brush, my god. It's the exact opposite of what I would suggest that you do. This is great, Zen. I'm so glad that you enjoy it. I enjoy your company. Alright, so first of all, I usually use it for detail work, so things that I can't just like avoid. So if I'm looking at this, the collar on here is white, but that is a very large space. I'm like, okay, just leaving that be. Rebellion Barps. Oh my god, hi! How are you? Welcome back. How have you been? What's the scoop on your week? We usually do weekly art streams, so it's so good to see you again. Give me the scoop. Give me the tea. How was your week? I know last week I did, I was in the middle of doing cats and I was gonna make it today, the part 2 for the cats. But I got a expedited watercolor commission that needs to be done. So I got permission from the person, and we're going to be painting this today. Today's stream is going to end around 3:40 Pacific Daylight Time. I'm on the West Coast. All right. Okay, so David's not gonna like this, but her dress is lace, so her skin pokes out from here. But what I would need to frisk, thank you David, what I would need to frisk is on top of the blue. So I would not be frisking right now for this dress. This whole like setup thing going on here needs to be like a, let's see. So I would color the minty blue first. It's like a toothpaste blue, to be honest. My week was meh. It's been raining for like 2 weeks. Yours sound awesome. My week? Yeah. I mean, I've been very tired, but you know, making do. Time with friends is always good, even if it's online. I could use some rain right now. I like warm rain. If you don't mind me asking, feel free to like decline, but like Where in the world are you? It's like, where in the world is Carmen San Diego? But like, Barbie Lion, Barps. Yeah, where in the world are you, Barps? Is your rain warm or cold? I miss the warm rains, the warm, humid rains of the Philippines. I'm no longer there anymore, but it is where I was born. I came to the US as a babe, small baby. Okay, so I know I'm not painting right now, but what I'm actually doing what you can't see is I'm staring at the reference, and in my brain I'm trying to math out how to layer all of the colors in what order before I go at it, because I will ruin it otherwise. So yeah, typically what I'll do is I'll do the first layer of the skin, because we have some transparencies here, right? It's not just like completely opaque. If it's translucent or like transparent at all, we have to kind of consider that. But I think technically, since the dress is a lighter color and there's no whites, I'm actually doing some color correction here as well. I'm gonna color match the dress first and then wait for that to be completely bone dry and then put the frisk on top of it. That way it's not gonna ruin it, but it's going to protect the layer of color underneath. And then wait for that to dry. And then I can go over with the skin tone. That way it saves the shape of the frisking, and then the skin is going to like patch in the middle. I think is how I'm gonna have to do that section. And then when that's dry, then I can work on the hair face combination thing going on here. The baby. This is a very busy spot. So let's see, we got skin tones. These are all kind of like the same. So even if they touch, that's all right. This ring I'm probably gonna have to frisk. I'll do all the frisking in one go. This is white. This is brown. Baby diaper's white, but it's a large space, so I don't need to frisk that. This over here is like part of the suit that folds over, and then we got some like inserts from underneath the arm here. So this is actually skin tone, skin tone, skin tone, skin tone, white, brown, white. It's a lot of white. I might go in with like a nice cream to make it not so just like blank and add a little bit of depth to it. Let's see. Dark brown, light brown. These two have the same hair color. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna color match the dress. That's the first order of business. So, let's see. I'm gonna use a combination of this brush and a much finer brush for the bows. But we'll set this aside for the time being while we work on this other one. How about everyone else? How was your week? Just testing to make sure that my brush is actually clean. Nothing is going to ruin your colors more than a dirty brush. So if you can see, I rub my brush on the bottom and then I drain the excess water at the edges of whatever glass I'm using. And then I can test to see if the water comes up clean or if there's any pigment left over. All right, let's see. We're looking for toothpaste. Like a toothpastey blue. So let's see. It's not enough pigment being pulled up there for me to truly test it. Okay. It's not bad. Okay, so that's a little bit more saturated than I'd like. So what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna take the white. So remember when I said white for watercolor is useless as an eraser? It's super handy as a mixing agent to create creamier colors, and that is kind of what I'm looking for here. So I'm gonna be taking the white here. I'm gonna make sure this brush is really, really clean, because I don't want to taint. I don't want to taint the original. Basically, whatever pigment I'm pulling up, I want it to keep my cakes nice and clean. We're gonna have to mix a lot of whatever this color is gonna end up being, so I'm pulling up quite a bit of the pigment, and I'm actually gonna, what I'm doing off screen is I'm running it across the rim here so it drips down into the palette. Just putting the tip into the water just so it can absorb the water, so I can reactivate more of this pigment down here. For very light colors, you want to start with a lot of the light pigment and then slowly add in your darker pigment little by little. It's much easier to make your mix darker instead of making it lighter. So here we have this actual palette. This is where all of the white ended up being. They're like mixing it here. This is a very, very light color. So again, I'm gonna clean the brush, re-wet it to reactivate it. I'm using this toothpastey kind of like aqua down here, this like blue-green. I wanted to make enough so it's like consistent. A little will go a long way. That is more accurate. It's not very visible. Hold up, where's that music? Don't pause it. Yes, I'm still watching. Thank you. All right. Yeah, that's pretty spot on. It is very, very light though. Maybe just a smidge more of saturation just so it shows up a little bit. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I like that a lot better. Quite literally just barely see it. I think the next order of business for like the traditional art streams is colored pencil and gel pen, specifically white, gold, and silvers, the metallic gel pens, but mostly white. I really like going over with a white gel pen at the end to create the highlights. Gotta be very careful about putting my hand on top of the wet. I have ruined art pieces like that before and needed to start from scratch. It was very sad. I'm just kind of like laying down like my flats first. kind of avoiding the bow because I want to use a more detailed brush for that. In the hair, there's going to be segments where there are the shadows, highlights, but also parts where they just literally peekaboo out from behind. Trying to determine, this is a shadow, I think. That's a shadow, that's a highlight. Okay. I'm so glad I'm doing this with like multiple screens now. For those of you who didn't know, when I first started, I started with like a really like poopy laptop. It wasn't even a gaming laptop, it was a really old 10-year-old computer. I had no intentions of streaming, so I had like zero setup. I didn't have a capture card. I like at the time had a really poor quality camera that I used for top down, just like this one. This one's a better quality one. But the other one like literally like died like a few months ago. It was like really bad quality. And I had to like mirror it. There was a whole bunch of stuff that I couldn't do because I was working with things that were already pretty much broken. Also be careful of if you're not actually stretching the watercolor paper. So this watercolor paper is not actually stretched. So what does that mean? This is actually just cardboard in the back. But if I was going to do like a really nice piece that I would ship out, I would actually drench the entire piece in water and stretch it and staple it in. So I wouldn't actually cut exactly to the margin. I would actually cut way out to have room for the staples, and then I would X-Acto knife out the margin after the fact. That way when it's like wet and it's evenly wet, if you have no idea what I'm talking about and you're interested in watercolor painting, I highly recommend Googling watercolor paper stretching. Right now I'm just kind of using tape, but because of that, and since this is not stretched, but I don't want it to buckle, in some of these areas you might have noticed I went a little bit higher, waited for that to dry, went a little bit lower, then I met them in the middle. If you flood an area too much and make it wet while the other parts of the paper are not wet, it's gonna buckle and disform your paper, and it's gonna make these peaks and valleys, which is gonna make it really difficult to paint properly, because you can you'll see that in how the water transfers from one spot to the other, where you get pool of too much saturation and then suddenly it's like lighter and then too much saturation. And if that's the kind of look you're going for, that's totally different, but oftentimes it's not like intentional, right? So I'm kind of just giving it pause here. This entire dress is actually one color. So that's what I'm doing. Oh, you can't see it. One sec. Cool. So what you're seeing down here is I did like one splotch. I'm waiting for that to dry, and then I'm going here. Now, the one thing with that, if you're gonna do what I'm doing, is keep in mind that when you overlap it, it's kind of like markers. So this shade, when I overlap it, if I pull more pigment into it, it's gonna be slightly darker than the rest. But sometimes that works in your favor, like especially like here around where the fabric folds over. So I'm not too, I'm not fretting too much about that. Or like here on the inside, it's going to have more shadow because it's not getting as much light. Now it's not going to be like totally dark. There's still going to be a little bit of bounce light and stuff like that, but not too much. What did everyone have for, like, food? I'm trying to think of what to make for lunch. Has anyone had lunch already, or breakfast, or dinner? I feel like while watching this, there should be an intro song like a 80s sitcom. Yeah, so I am recreating this, as you know, Bog. And yeah, I do feel like this was a photo from the 80s, because the photographs I'm looking at are very faded and like, yeah, the style of like on the baby. I haven't done enough research to find out what 80 sitcoms will allow me to play on the YouTube without getting completely copyright stricken, but it's so true. Just look at this thing. Okay. Luckily, this piece is like large enough that while I am waiting for this to dry, I can paint other spots that need extra layering that are not touching it. So I can't really, I mean I can, but I would be risking this portion of the dress blending into the white of the curtain. So I'm probably not gonna do the curtain next. Now I'm just kind of like going in and blending. How are you, Bong? Oh my gosh, y'all, like seriously, I highly recommend subscribing on the Ko-fi. If you see underneath the painting, it says for digital art streams, subscribe on Ko-fi. If you're not a subscriber, you're pretty much only gonna see traditional art, which is not bad. I like it, but I highly recommend a digital art stream just because it's different. It's a little bit more, what's it called? Here you're gonna get like kind of a teachery vibe. I'm gonna be very family friendly. So if kids are watching, you know, it'll be okay, you know, and it's different. On Discord, so if you'd like to join the Discord, by the way, there is a link tree pinned on the chat. But it's a little bit more unfiltered, a little bit more real. We talk about, you know, it's 9 hours of catch-up session a week while I do digital art commissions, and you might get some sneak peeks of commissions for other content creators that I make emotes for or logos for, rebranding sort of thing. And it also helps out with our monthly incentives. We have 4 a month. And the incentives are kind of chosen from what I hear the audience or my community wants. Lately, they've been asking for more 18 plus unfiltered Angie streams. So those would be on the Twitch, which is also in the link tree if you're interested. But the first 2 would be Twitch streams. The first one being an 18 plus hydration one. The second one is a Maya Faye Phoenix Wright cosplay stream. And then the third one is a Filipino dish, like a cooking stream. And that one will actually be on Facebook, which means I have to cut one of my 7 streams a week on Facebook. I'm predominantly still a Facebook streamer. Once a week I'm on Twitch for sure with some bonus stuff if I have energy and time to like go on for like some text-based adventure games and stuff like that. Alright. But predominantly I am doing 7 streams a week on Facebook. I think that's good. It's like saturated enough. I might actually go in with a little bit more white, actually. And I don't typically do this because it doesn't really do that much. But what it does do is the actual effect I'm looking for. So it's basically just gonna do like a little bit of a muted blended overlay instead of making it white, which I feel like starter watercolor peeps want that. They're like, oh, if I do white on top, it's gonna create that highlight. It's really not gonna do that. It's just gonna subtly like mix onto it as it's wet. See here, you can't see a single difference, I feel like, with that. It's really hard to see in general. Let me see if I can bump up the contrast or something. But in some areas, like the bow, where I feel like it's just too flat, or like kind of muddy in areas, I want it to like blend a little bit more, have a little bit more depth to it. Like the shoulder, probably around here. Right now, it's just gonna look glossy, but as it dries, maybe you'll see what I mean. It's really not meant to be an eraser. Everything has its own use in specific scenarios, you know? Trying to get some hard mode on the Genie on Ni no Kuni. Oh, snap, yeah. I am AFK grinding on Ni no Kuni, by the way. So if you wanted to do some Terite grinding, feel free to go to Firemush AFK. However, you can use the MMO chat on my own Discord if you are in the Ni no Kuni Kingdom and you want to party up with David. Feel free to do that, at least for the next hour until he goes to, like, do some gym stuff. Or David, if you're free to do that. Anyone who wants to do Genie, basically anyone who wants to have voice comm, feel free to use it. I don't mind. The most recent one, Firemush? That's weird. I literally just made it before stream. Unless Marcus closed the iPad. It's 30 until he goes to the gym. So make it quick, make it snappy. But we'll be back in a couple hours. Yes. So, anyways, yes. If you would like to use the gaming lobby voice chat, that's basically what it's there for. We have some gaming lobbies down there for casual play, for competitive play, for MMO play. We've been using MMOs a lot, but if you're also someone that likes to play Mario Kart or Smash Brothers and I'm not live and you'd really like to just meet up with some other friends from the community, feel free to just use those game tags. Those game tags are for all of you to use as well as us. So there are days that I'm not on. I'm not on Mondays, and I am on Sundays, but it's like for supporters only. So if you want to do something on a Sunday morning, or afternoon, or, you know, if you're not a Ko-fi supporter and you're kind of looking for something to do with a friend, feel free to use like the game rules. So don't at everyone, but you can at like Mario Kart or Smash Brothers, and then you can use those voice lobbies. Yes, and if a moderator or myself is there and present to look and watch and spectate, they don't have to play, but sometimes David will keep track of winning and participation and all that, and that'll all go towards badges. And the badges are basically what goes towards... Oh, wow, all right. Fascinating. Towards seeing who gets the art requests that I do on these streams. So, it's always fun. Alright, let's see. What can we do next while we wait? Nothing. This needs to dry like a lot. I want to do the skin tones all at kind of the same time. I can kind of do the undertones. So she does have a very like nice peachy, rosy cheek thing going on here, which will make her look a little bit more alive. So I'm gonna do that. So for pinks, again, I'm going to take some of that white. This is a very creamy photo, so I'm gonna be using white a little bit more than I typically do. Just create like a nice, soft pastel. Basically, I don't use white unless I'm trying to go for a pastel kind of look. If you're wondering what the sounds are in the background, that's me opening all of the cakes. I have so many of these travel tins. Ah, yes, the reds. All right, before I really go into them, let me see what kind of undertone I'm kind of like hoping for. Yeah, like that, but like with white. So which one did I touch? This one. Okay, let's test this out. It's gonna look a little spoopy for a while. Music, by the way, is brought to you by Lofi Records. They're free to use in your content on YouTube and Twitch. And I think Trovo. I wouldn't know, I don't use the other one. But what you have to do is you have to credit them. So our credits are in the description if you'd like to find those. I'm running the royalty-free playlist at the moment. But my starting screen... No, yeah. I'm playing the royalty-free one. So it's a whole mix of their stuff. Okay, let's see. We're gonna do the cheekities. And her nose. Her nose has a lot of like undertone here. Let's see if I can bump this down real quick. It's a little too close. Excuse. Now I have to refocus it. One moment. Yeah, no autofocus. I don't know why it keeps turning that on when I turn it off. There we go. It's better. Alright, yeah, now you can see the little splotch of pink that I put there. Her cheeks. So I'm putting these first as opposed to under because I'm trying to make it the undertone as opposed to looking like makeup. Give her a little bit of life. We'll do a little bit of this arm as well. The baby has very little, like right under the eyes. And a lot on the flat part of the nose. The forehead does not have a lot of undertone. I'm gonna add a little bit more here just because of shading. And a little bit under the nose here. The knuckles. the dad does not have a lot. Let's see. I had some granola. Oh, you know, that's fair. If you're gonna go to the gym and work out a lot, you don't want to be on too much of a full stomach, right, David? Okay, so I'm actually just going in with some water to blend these edges out, because I want it to not just look like little splotches. I want it to blend a little bit more into the paper. Be a little bit more subtle, and it's gonna blend again as soon as I add like the actual skin tone on top. The baby though, the baby's like undertone is very, it looks like the baby's wearing blush when I know it's not. It's a very like rosy cheeked, so I'm not gonna blend that out too much, just a little bit. AFK but made a party on Nino Kuni, going to get ready for the gym in a sec, but I'll still be lurking until I go. Sounds good, David, sounds good. So Bong or anyone who's in our kingdom for Cross Worlds, there is a party up. Go to David's. The most recent one. Okay. Cool. Let's work on the baby's dress, because that's also another like muted green. So far these are the colors that we've been working with. I might as well just pull out this white that I've been using. I use it so often, I feel like I just need it. Come on out, you little stinker. He doesn't want to leave, it's like, this is my home. Come, get out of here. So you can just pull them out like that. This one is literally like a mint pistachio green. So we got toothpaste blue and mint green. So I'm looking for the greens. I wonder what this other one is for. Super nib fine tip. What's this one? Oh, I want to use this one instead. And this is a refill for this one. But this one I want like the super fine tip. I think I should have been using this one to begin with. So if you're using it straight from the bottle, just like with your different, what is it called? Just like your pens that have the different like nib types, these also have their own nib types if you're going straight from the bottle. So this is a 0.5 millimeter and this is a 0.8. So I actually want, for something like this, I want a 0.5. I'm gonna put this back and actually open this one up. So that's why they're color coded. So this is the blue tip. And I think the formula is a little different as well. So make sure not to mix and match because you could actually clog up your bottles. Oh my god, please. So what's everybody up to today? Anyone? I know people are lurking, but is anyone doing any co-creation work? Here's the frisk. make sure it's closed very tightly because you don't want the entire bottle to dry up. Basically making it impossible to like take off. There we go. So this is what we'll be working with today. I'm gonna set that aside. Try not to shake the bottle too much. What's gonna happen if you do that is what's it called? It's gonna create bubbles, which is gonna be problematic as it's going through because you're gonna get like little tiny explosions. And I don't think that's what anyone here's going for. Aha, yes. You can tell here, my greens and browns are together for like a naturey kind of scene. But we're gonna be using some of that green. For a minty green, I'm probably going to use this one. Just a hunch. Let's see. I'm gonna mix right at the tip over here. Pigment, putting it on the corner. If you could just stay still, that would be wonderful. There it is. So this one right here. Mm-hmm. Let's test this out. It's very similar in value, which is true. I think I need a little bit more though. Just a little bit more. And I think I need something that's a little bit more like yellow. So maybe like but now it's too dark, so we're gonna really wash this well. Go back into here. To rematch that hue, or color value, I should say. Yeah. It's getting there. I still think there needs to be more yellow. Oh, pretty. Okay, now it's a little too yellow-green. See, that pool did not equal the color on the paper. See how this looks much different than that? That is a little closer to the picture. But again, it's too saturated. But another thing we could do is just use less, use more water. That's the one. Okay, so we're going to use this part of what I mixed onto the baby's dress. I'm gonna switch my references so I can get a closer look at what's going on with the dress here. Okay, Okay, so this entire area is this color that I'm working with. Are there any spots here that I need to avoid at all costs? Yes, this little ribbon is a pattern of like a navy blue and a white. This zigzag is not white, it's a dark color, so I can go over that with like a pen or something. Again, there's lots of folds here, so I'm not like too concerned about having a super smooth color. Okay. If you get to the point where you feel like you're doing more avoidance than you are painting, it's time to switch your brushes and go for a slightly smaller brush. I don't want to use my super defined one though, so I'm gonna go like one step down. Yeah, it's better. Avoiding. Using more water on areas that look a little too green. This is white. This is a button. This is the dress. This is where I'm talking about like it looks like a little more puzzly. This whole section here is green. This over here is also green. What is back here? That's white. This is the baby sleeve. There's a button back here. That's the button. This one's okay to have a little bit more shadow. So I'm going to use less water to bring up the saturation back here. On the camera it just looks white because it's very wet. There we go. Oh, I see, this is the other part of the collar. Okay, I'm like, what? This is bow, this is collar, this is the edge of the collar. This is a sleeve. It feels kind of like paint by numbers, but with references. Underneath here is also the same green. And again, it's gonna be a little bit more, I think this whole area here, because this is the leg, this is the hand, so this is all baby dress. Testing that spot to make sure it's dry so it doesn't blend in together and make like a sickly blue-green that we don't want. Some more dress down here as well. I'm gonna switch back to my original one because that's a little bit more space. think there's a pause in the... There we go. It's giving me Powerpuff Girl vibes, not gonna lie. Oh, the little bow in the hair. Luckily I have just enough. It is a little bit more of a bluish green on the bow, so I did add a little bit more blue there. Just a little bit. It's a very subtle difference. Just wiping away some of the, try not to leave your really good brushes in the water like that, especially if it's like pressed up against the bottom, it's gonna like hurt them. So I just took out, especially my fine liner, I don't know why I did that. I pulled it out to set it aside on the napkin. Let's see. I'm using kind of the aid of the stream camera to pick up the glares so that if there's any like little droplets of water that fell, I can smooth them out with the brush. That way it has time to dry if I'm not looking for a pre-flooded look. Okay. Okay. Let's get to frisking, I think. This part's always a little bit more nerve-wracking. I did just open a new bottle, so I'm gonna use the test strip of paper to make sure that the frisk is going smoothly through. Oh my. Oh, very smooth indeed. I'm just gonna, oop, see, that's that bubble explosion I'm talking about. That would have been awful if I went straight onto it. I actually feel like this is going on thicker than the other one for some reason. Yeah, this is very thick. Did I get my math right? Point. Okay. I'm actually gonna take this and compare it to where I want it to go and look at where the detail lines on the dress are and how thick I want the lace to be. I'm gonna recap this so it doesn't dry in the bottle. I'm gonna pull out the other one that I initially had and see if this is thinner. Kind of get a feel for it, you know what I mean? This is longer, but as far as the opening is what we're concerned about. Oh no, is it clogged? No. Okay. Is the needle clogged? gonna pull it off camera, so if it does explode, it doesn't get on the final. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. On the inside of these caps is a little needle, so you want to like make sure you're putting it in there so it doesn't clog like that. But I should be able to... Oh, yeah, there's a clog in here. Slide it in. So I'm just gonna use that to like kind of wiggle it through. If I can try not to like break it, but if you can force the needle in, it should clear it into the oh god. How did I even cap this without... It must not have lined up the correct way. Oh god. Oh, it feels very thick in there. Into the thick of it. Okay, it's gotta go all the way through. Oh! There's still a slight clog, I can feel it. So I'm just kind of like in here, inserting the needle, pulling it up and down. Okay. Now when I'm doing Frisk, it does take a while to dry, so I'm going to be doing all of the areas that need to be frisked first. Ooh, very drippy. Come on, little guy, you got this. It's probably from all the pressure I put on it earlier. Just waiting for it to kind of stabilize. See how it's welling at the end? You don't want that. Bro, you good? What's happening? Like, I'm not squeezing it at all. And I think it's from all of that built up pressure in the needle point. So I don't want to be drawing with something I can't control, right? I'm gonna uncap it to release some of the air in the bottle. It's very bubbly in here. Okay. Recapping it. Are you being rough with the tip? I'm not. I'm being very gentle, David. It is the first time we've done it in a while. I'm not even pressing down and like the frisking liquid's coming out. It just has a lot of like built up pressure, you know? Oh my god, this poor thing. I can already tell I want the, wow, looks like these look like something. It's art. It dries on a little bit clear, but it can stain your clothes, so be careful with that. I don't know if I can do it with this one. I want it to be this one, but it's just too like pent up. Hold on. Let me try cleaning the tip, see if that helps out at all. I'm like not even trying to be dirty, fam. Like this is true stories. Okay. You can see how much it's pent up in here. See all of those, oh you can't, I can. It has like a million bubbles in here. I think I have to do it sideways instead of like straight down, because straight down it just starts leaking like immediately. Hi Beth. Don't mind us. Okay, so I think if I... Oh, shoot. Okay. I'm gonna recap it. It's a lot of built-in pressure here. It's a lot of messy too. Oh my god. It's already reclogged. Curses. Okay. How are you doing, Beth? They do! That's why I'm practicing on the test strip of paper, David. Okay. I'm gonna set that on its side and hopefully it'll figure itself out. Alright. So in the areas that I want it to be, so I'm probably gonna frisk in to protect anywhere where I want to protect the color of the dress. I'm gonna frisk. So we're gonna do a lot of frisking in here. And this dude's glasses. Actually, now I look at it, I colored in the glasses, but I don't want to protect the graphite underneath. I'm gonna have to erase some of that. So I very rarely say like erase on top of your watercolor paper because it's gonna ruin the grain, but it is gonna straight up like not. This is all right here. It's supposed to be lighter. I want to protect the lightness. I want the white of the paper to show. It still helps to have that guideline of what's supposed to be there. But I'm basically going to erase it and then draw in what I only want as a... So again, I'm using an HB. And I want it to be a little bit more... It looks like he's wearing a monocle now. I want it to be a little bit more, what's it called? Fine. Okay. These are the eyebrows. The eyebrows need to stay that, to be honest. So I'm gonna draw and frisk up here. This still stays. There's this little divot here. So anything that is like slightly faded, I'm going to draw and frisk instead. So this is gonna be frisked. I can put some pink on the lips, I think, here, because that's where he has some. So remember when I was talking about earlier that when you're using the top, when they dry up, that you can just like reactivate it? That's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna wet my, let's see if we can scooch this over, get a little bit of the water in the napkin. There we go. So I'm gonna just wet it very, very lightly. And then we're gonna reactivate on here. See how it picked up into my brush? Just a little bit. And then in the ear. forehead. The baby and the mom, not so much. Okay. And the remainder of what I have left on here, I'm gonna actually put on this baby leg. Areas here that I've marked, I'm gonna very lightly just rub out the graphite until I can see where I want to have the shading, like the hand, because I'm gonna paint that in and I don't want the edges of those to show. You know, there is actually a type of pencil for watercolor that's heat activated. So after you're done like coloring over it, even though it's like trapped underneath of the watercolor pigment, if you go over it with like a blow dryer, it will, what's the word? It'll erase. I think it's really cool. There are a few specks of blue in here I'm noticing, so I'm just gonna reactivate that pigment and then like rub it around so it blends into the hair a little bit more without just being little specks, because I don't want that. Okay, good stuff. So the main points of frisking are gonna be right here and here. The bow, so I want to make sure all of that is like in, yeah, within it. The eyes. On both the baby and the mom. Don't freak out. It looks like we're just erasing them off the face of the planet, but I'm gonna be adding that back in with the actual watercolor themselves. I like to do a slightly, like a dark version of that color as opposed to black for a lot of it, just so it makes it look more dynamic and pop. Okay. If we go back to our test paper, this is what it looks like when frisking liquid is dry. And then you just kind of rub it out. You gotta rub it out just a little bit, show it a little bit of love. And what it actually does is, as it's pulling up, you can see how it maintains the color under it. Some areas, if you lay it on too thick, will rip the paper. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen. So like the little bulbous areas, they've like quite literally just picked up the pigment. But in this spot, where it's a little bit thinner, which is actually over the exact same color that we're using. If I take the eraser and kind of rub it off like this, the color underneath is maintained. See, like right there, that was a really good example of it, and that's what we're shooting for. So I think I need to retire this one and pull up another test strip. Test strip number 2. This one's going to mostly be for the frisking, so I can get used to drawing with liquid. I'm having some coffee. I think I'm going to make pasta for lunch today. Yeah, a nice like spinach pasta with some Parmesan cheese. Okay. on, buddy. You can do it. I believe in you. Come on out. Ugh, feels like I'm pulling on a syringe. It's hot. Okay. Much better. A lot more control. No explosive bubbles. We're good to go. Oof. Vast difference. Huge difference. And as I turn it upside down, it's not leaking. You see, that's what we want. Well, let's at least start with... I know I want this bow to stay the way it is, so we're just gonna go ahead and cover the blue of the bow. Try to make it as even pressure as possible. Oops. Basically anything you want to protect that you've already done, if you know you're going to come in with another color. I really didn't need to go that far, but I do think that in the case it does pull up some pigment, it might actually help it to help create a little bit of depth if I decide to go in and add some more pigment. And same thing here. If this happens to pick up some of the graphite that got stuck underneath, then, you know, so be it. It will actually help the piece. So I already did that for the bow. Firmly grasp it, but don't squeeze. Yes. As dirty as that sounds, that is exactly what we're going for. You gotta be... Okay, so here I want it to... And make sure you cover the area, but not like too liberally. Whole thing. If it starts to get sticky at the tip, brush it off. You don't want that goop to get in the way of stuff. This peekaboos through. I think if we treat it like a puzzle where I do the outlines and then kind of like make the lace pattern in the middle, it'll be easier. Frisking the white of the eyeballs. the white of the eyeballs are gonna look a little bit alien, so it's actually super important. And then the little highlight in the iris. I'm not gonna do that to his eyes actually, because he's wearing shades. So I wanna actually just get the highlight of the glasses here. Wiping the tip off again, making sure the tip is nice and clean. Let's see. Actually, this whole area here, I want to stay white because it's the highlight of the lens. I'm just gonna bloop it right there. Bloop, a very scientific term. Completing the missing gaps in the glasses that I just erased. Those are gonna be white because I didn't, unlike this one where I'm frisking on top of blue, I'm frisking on top of empty space, which will maintain the white of the paper, which is actually really important to make pieces dynamic. I'm looking to see if there's any other highlighting that I want to do that is like very like here. It's gonna help with like the depth of the piece. If you're a digital artist, I imagine frisking to be like a type of resist that emulates screen layer. But while it's drying, it's gonna make it look like it's darker because it has that layer of protectant. You're only gonna see the screen layer after you go in and rub around with your eraser. There's this area here with some bounce light, but it's not purely white, so I'm not gonna keep that. This tie, so there's a tie, there's a white stripe here on this tie. And the other stripe-a-doo is down here. Good stuff. Okay. And over here on the pillars, there's some pretty light areas that I want to keep pretty close to white because they're very shiny. It looks so creepy. Okay, I think that actually does it for the frisk. There's quite a few places actually. But I'm gonna wipe the tip off. And then again, so if you look into there, you can see there's a little needle. That's where you want to make sure the needle's going through here so you don't run into the issue I had earlier in the stream. And we're gonna wait for it to dry. You can tell it's dry when it looks kind of translucent like this, and it looks more like a multiply layer as opposed to a screen layer. And so there's quite a few places on here that are still like not ready to be like painted. You'll run into issues if you don't clean your tips regularly. Okay. But what I can do is I can paint in areas that the frisk is not touching while we wait for the frisk to dry, if you're very, very careful. First, I want to make sure that I reconnect this line here. Cool. Ooh. All right. What is the frisk not touching? Well, there's a blot in the background. So like up here, there's no frisk. Here, there's no frisk. And these layers should be dry enough that I can do that. So let's work on that. There's a lot more, again, muted colors, but these are a little bit more of a yellow. Like a peach. So we're gonna work with the yellows, oranges, but also this white that I have down here. I'm gonna use the bigger one because there's a lot of space. I could actually go a brush bigger, actually, but I want to use this brush for mixing. We're gonna pull a lot of this because it's a very muted, gentle color. All right, David, thanks for hanging out. Have a good workout. Okay, so bye. Bringing back the test strip of paper over here. What I want is a nice, like, yellow. That's a nice yellow. It's like a goldeny yellow, but I want it like lighter. So let's mix that in here. I think I might have hit exactly what I want, actually. Oh, wow. Who's a pro? Okay. That was pretty easy. I wanted it something like that to mesh with the gentle muted of that. And then we can play around with the transparency. So let's go ahead. I'm going to use this for here. Like some nice gentle sun rays coming in. Since we are focusing more on the top portion, let me just readjust this for the camera. There we go. Even though this area is like very light, I do want to at least covered the edges of the washi tape so it has a distinct border. So while I might be fudging up the reference just a little bit, it's going to be more dynamic for the piece overall. If when you peel the tape, even if it's like a muted color, you can still see a slight difference. It's pretty important. This is brown. I didn't nearly mix enough paint, but I'm gonna try and cover the most important parts that look like need to be cohesive. And then I'm actually avoiding this part because I'm seeing these little dips. I kept the original straight line and I want to erase that first. Set this aside really quick, and I'm gonna do that. Okay. Where is the pencil I was using? Here you are. For some reason it went into autofocus mode again. I apologize. Let's just get this settled. There it is. Wow. Wow! So much better. Wow, yeah, you can see the yellow I put down. You couldn't see it at all before. A lot of like the foundational stuff today. It is quite a large piece. All right. Whew. Let's see. Looks like all of the stuff at the frisk is actually dry. So I'm gonna move on to the skin tones, which I think will really help out a lot. You also don't want to let the frisk sit on the paper for too long or it's gonna rip it. So now we're kind of in a race against time to fill all of the spaces that have frisk, which is a lot. So I'm gonna mix some skin tones. Okay, so we got the browns, we got the white. These also have a nice red shade on this palette, so I'm gonna use this one. Alright, let's go into... I'm gonna choose the other one to look at for a more accurate skin tone for them. What's up, Rakim? Hello! How are you doing? Thank you for being here. Just working on a commission right now. What are you up to? Are you co-creating? Are you in podcast mode? Are you doing adulting? Stream prep, perhaps? Oh no, I lied. I need to go in and frisk the lace. Okay. Frisky bisky. Have you ever frisked before, Rakim? I gotta go in and frisk the blue over here and put a layer of latex over it so the liquids don't stick to it. It's a type of resist art technique. Alright. I'm gonna test it on this paper to test the flow, make sure the tip's not clogged up. Looking good. Okay, so I want to keep the pressure consistent here so not too much leaks out all at once. Okay, so I'm seeing, as I do this, a little bit of a zigzag. Oh no, it exploded. I'm just gonna smooth that out a bit. I'm gonna do a little zigzag over here and then like connect the dots a little bit. Oh my gosh. What's the point of the test strip if you're gonna explode on the actual thing? Good gracious. Just got home from a rough one? Ooh, not a rough one. There we go. Nice and smooth. Okay. And then the in-betweens, we're gonna do a little bit of like loopity-loopities. Some swirls, if you will. Trying to not stay too like conformed and like use the needle point to kind of drag around, kind of like a web, but not really. Lots of swirls. This whole dress. It gets tighter as we go up, so just really gentle pressure. Doing kind of a lace pattern over here with the frisking material. We're getting frisky up here. Did you want to talk about it? Why was it rufferino? Or do you want to tell me what you're looking forward to? What kind of streams are you gonna do this week? Again, same thing here. This is where a lot of the skin is overlapping, so I really want to make sure that the lace is properly designed here. At least where I know that there is going to be skin, because basically any any little bit here where I'm frisking, I'm going to overlap it with some skin tone, so the skin kind of peeks out from behind, because it's lace. What an interesting one for you to catch. The one with a lot of frisking involved, you know? This is the same time slot I would usually do the Facebook art streams, but I felt like maybe the art would be a more suitable content for YouTube. I've been enjoying it so far. We'll continue down in here, because even though it's not skin tone that we're gonna do down here, I still want to be able to add some depth to it, and that'll be easier with like some grays. It was an order that would have been done with the mountain lamp, but the boards we got for it didn't glue all the way. Oh no! That is awful. I am so sorry to hear that. That indeed does sound rough. So it's really important, you can't see what I'm doing, sorry. As I'm going down here, this fabric curves, so accordingly, like the pattern closer to you, or what you see is going to be bigger, and then as you go further back, they get tighter and smaller. A little tiny bit of perspective work. This dress is a mess. It's a pretty dress, don't get me wrong, but oh my gosh. Lace. City doo da. And since I decided to take this all the way down here, I'm noticing that this is like a little top thing, and while the dress down here is also lacy, this one is more of a see-through lace. So it's like see-through lace over lace that is not as see-through. It's a lot of lace. Oh no! Don't explode over there. Okay. It's okay, because I don't want it to look like tile-y. I want it to look a little bit more chaotic and like organic. Kind of like the same design principles I used in Animal Crossing. I don't want things to look too grid-like. I want it to look like natural. Gonna be using a lot of the eraser on the end here. This entire thing here was frisked. Gonna have to rerun the job tomorrow, but it happens. At least I'll be streaming tonight. Hey. Yes. Yes. Unfortunately, I was trying to... I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll do Mario Kart on Friday as well in place of Ni no Kuni, but... I would really like to be able to do Ni no Kuni as well. I don't know. There's too many games. Too many games. Not enough time. So the lace down here is a different type of lace. And I think has more, instead of like a circular pattern like here, at least down here, it's more of a... Let me switch this up. It's more of a like scallopy lace. And I'm really only gonna, oh my god. The tip isn't clean. We gotta clean off the tip. There we go. I'm really only gonna do like this side, because the rest is like pretty light. And this side, which to show a little bit of texture, I'm gonna go back in with maybe a little bit more gray. Then here too, because I'm gonna put a lot of shading on this inside. So that's actually where you see enough contrast of the dress for it to matter. Maybe over here as well. And here. Trying to like see where the contrasts would be, where kind of like if I were to do like mermaid scales. Okay. Over here. Okay, okay, all right, okay. Now I have to wait for that to dry again. Silly me. But while I'm waiting for that dress to dry, I can do like the eyes, perhaps. Just be careful not to smudge it. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and pull this down so we can work on the eyes. Whew. Can you hear the music, by the way, Rakim? Is it at a good level for you? And as we can see, is the magic of the shenanigans art jutsu style coming to life. Yes. This piece is gonna be quite a few layers, I'm not gonna lie. What was I doing? Oh yes, skin tone. I can actually see the lace drying up very nicely. Oh, whoa. Hey Jay, were you here for the frisking portion of the stream? So again, we're gonna test it on some test strip of paper. Gonna use the top part to mix. That's why it wells in like that. It's all good. Excellent. Thank you. Sometimes the songs change and I'm like, I can barely hear anything. Rakim, my car. I can't with you two. Blooping a lot of white down here. Okay, let's see what I want to lighten up. That's a little too yellow. We want more of a peach, something with a little bit of red in it. All right, that's looking good. Let's see how that looks like here. need some reds. Oh, I have red on here. There we go. Yeah. Let's put a lot more white on that though. It's a little too dark for their skin tone. Still needs more. Alright, I'm gonna run with this one. Hey, Jessica! What's going on with you, girlie? You missed the frisking session, but I'm over here doing some skin tones now. Which you can see on the test paper. This part right here that I'm coloring is actually these shades. And I've put down kind of the undertone already. So we're using the frisk here. Now you can kind of see it a little bit more to add some of that skin tone from behind. That will match the arm. I need to mix a lot more of the same color. I thought I made enough, but clearly I did not. This is quite a larger piece. This is a full 8x10 sheet of paper. A little bit darker, which is actually what I kind of want for underneath the dress. And like under the chin, that sort of stuff, you know what I mean? This looks so good, thank you! Making popcorn again. The 80s sitcom, yeah. I don't have copyright-free 80s sitcom music though. So... I'm gonna use this as the shade, and then I'm actually going to go ahead and just use water to pull. I can't see, sorry. Water to pull from here. And then you can see the pink undertone here blending in. It's just gonna look very shiny, but it is kind of like color matching to the reference. Here on the hands, there's a lot of shading like right here in this little triangle bit that I erased. And a lot of shading, let's see, so I used this one to color, all right. There's a lot of darker shade here as well because of the light source. So I'm kind of like doing my darker tone and then kind of doing the opposite and then like pulling into the lighter areas. I'm gonna let this one dry for a little bit because I think it's very important to see the like distinction of the shadow here for this piece to make sense. This is more of a recreation piece, so I actually do have pictures I'm looking at. I used a grid technique to pull what I did see over. Same thing over here. Full House. A fun fact, we went to school with the twins from Full House. I've run out of pigment again. So I'm gonna use what pigment I have left to kind of add dimension to the face. A little bit of the eye bags, kind of like blend in the pinker undertones of this woman's face. Thank you. The twins, yeah, they're doing really well. One of them, I don't know what the other one's doing, but the other one was a firefighter for a bit. You never talked to them though. One of them was like, yeah, they're good gays. One of them, when I was active on Instagram, before I looked at their terms and stuff, we need to talk a little bit, not too much though, on Insta through comments, you know? It's like, oh, the people that I know from high school, and I see them post like, oh wow, what a cute photo. The Family Ties theme song, oh my gosh. What was the 80s song from WandaVision? Oh my gosh, he's a big fan. Hysterical. They were good people. One of them, if not both of them, were in our choir. Actually. Okay, this is a good in-between. Yeah, there we go. WandaVision. WandaVision. So I'm putting a little bit of the reds and the browns into the whites. Kind of color checking that. That looks a little too pink for me. So I'm gonna go in and add a little bit more of the brown. A little bit more of this yellow. There we go. Testing it on the paper. This will be good for the fingertips, I think. Could use a lot more contrast. Not too much though, because at least on where the hands are, it's too just a little bit more contrast, just a little bit more. This part here needs a lot of contrast. There we go. So does this. A little bit right here. And this can extend a little bit down this way. Her hand is quite literally this shape. I think it's a little funkadoo to me, and I always was like trying to figure out what was going on, but sometimes people's hands make really weird shapes, and since I am trying to recreate that photo, I am gonna just stick with that. This needs a little bit more shading as well. What are you working on today, Jess? I saw your folklore themed bullet journal. Excellent work as always. What's your plan for September? Or are you working on anything today? Or are you just like chillaxing, relaxing at home? Or packing? I imagine you're going through like a lot with your move, right? I want to really like thank you as well for like taking the time to stop by the streams. I know I've been really busy, and like especially this month and last month has been like real wackadoo, and just I've lost a lot of like days of sleep, so I haven't really like had the time to like be super attentive to my inbox. But that doesn't mean that I don't care about my friends. It's just sometimes we have to prioritize survival, and I'm really glad I have friends that like ultimately understand that. One division, stop it, Shay. Hopefully September is gonna be a little less hectic. In areas I think could use a little bit more highlight, I'm gonna go in with just plain water and then kind of like gently scoop out some pigment from the paper. Not too much though. Don't want to like ruin the grain of the paper. It kind of defeats the purpose. There's a little bit more highlight in this cheek, so I'm going to pull that up as well. You gotta start packing. Yeah, I feel like in a way the streams are a really good way to like catch up with kind of like everybody as well. Even if it's just for like a few minutes at a time, be like, hey, like what's new with you? And like, oh my god, I didn't know that. Like, I didn't know you got a new pet. Or, you know, oh wow, you're like moving, you know? And it kind of like is a nice way to get like the scoop from like all of the peeps that we haven't heard from in a long time. Yeah, I mean, that is very much the, that is the hope, that it actually does feel like a hangout. I have grab my cup of coffee like always. Okay. We will see if that ends up being what I wanted it to be. We're definitely in skin tone mode, so I'm gonna revisit perhaps the rest of the dress. Actually, no, I actually have the palette right here, so... Ugh, but you know what? It's like gonna mix with like that, so I really shouldn't actually. So let's work on the baby. Baby has a very similar skin tone to Mama. Anatomy is so hard. I hate it. What part is tripping you up? It's usually for me like shoulders, hands, which there's a lot of shoulder and a lot of hands on this piece, so it was very intimidating. And stairs, architecture, my god, as long as the client is happy with it, you know. I was feeling very, very unsure of this piece. Legs. 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 Yes, legs. 5 days. Oh, heck. I think too, it's like you spend longer on your pieces because you're more aware, like the more art knowledge you have, the more you're aware of like things you want to change, as opposed to just going, oh yeah, that's good, you know? And that comes with like years and years of practice, but not just practice, but also like objectively looking at your piece and kind of tearing it apart, which is not very healthy sometimes, but is very good for growth. It's a blessing and a curse, 1000%. Okay, so I'm gonna use this like around the cheeks where it's a little bit more pink, and around the mouth, maybe around the little fingies here. There's that little triangle here. The leg. This is a little bit more pink than I would like to go, but there are some areas to make it look alive that you want to kind of go a little bit more pink, just a little bit, just nice subtle. And then I can go in with a little bit more of the browns, but using the same paint that I've mixed. And then pulling into it. There we go. Yeah, that's more like it. Laying out the flats. The dad has a completely different like undertone, I think. His is like much more like a deeper red. I frisked the eyeballs so I can kind of like go over it without like worrying about it. I don't want them looking too like yellow and jaundiced. So I need to add a little bit more of like a red tone to this. And brown. But finding the right brown is always a little tricky because sometimes it, yeah, see that's super yellow. We're not gonna do that. They're not Pikachu. That's slightly better. That's very dark. We're gonna need a lot more white. trying to find... This might actually be good for the dad's skin tone, actually looking at this. What did I pull up? I pulled this up. Accidentally splattered on the piece, so I'm just gonna erase it with some water while I still can. There you go. Brio. Un momento, probably. Yep. Autofocus just turned back on again. You can cut that out, please. Let's readjust this. You can see what's going on. Apologies. Look away, look away. There we go. Alright, let's test out how this looks like in comparison. Yeah, I think that's it, because he has a more red undertone, but not like blush-like the baby and the mom. Might also just be like the illusion of the hair making the skin tone a little bit darker. So let's add a little bit more water to it to make it a little bit more like opaque. Not opaque, transparent. The opposite of that. Yeah. I think a little bit more white. Just to make it like creamy. The hand is the darkest spot, so I think I can do that. Where did that go? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, I was gonna frisk the ring. It's okay though. Going in with the white to create some of the highlights here. And that's okay, because I want it more of a blended as opposed to like a crispy contrast. If you want more of a crispy contrast, just leave it like lighter. Like don't paint that spot and leave it the white of the paper essentially. I'm going for a little bit more of a blended skin tone look, which is why I'm using a lot of white here. This is Jessica. So Jekka is someone different, Beth. This is my childhood friend from middle school. Jekka is Jessica Rogers. can call her Jess. Hi. Oh no. Let's move that so I don't accidentally put white all over the place. Huh? You're hot now? That's what happens when you close all the vents. I feel great. I'm actually in a onesie. It's looking a little oompa loompa-y. I think it's because I'm referencing the one with not so great lighting. So I'm gonna have to do a little bit of color correction again. So I'm gonna go in, once again, we're gonna go and do the highlights. Get some of the nose, the cheeks, a little bit of the lip and the mouth. Hi, May. How's work going? You catching me on your lunch? I think what'll help here is bringing in like an actual like brown. It's yellow. Where are my browns? Is this also yellow? That's also yellow. Where are my browns? Is this? That's like a whiny, which is gonna end up bringing out more of the. We're gonna work with this. I'm gonna have to do like an overlay of a little bit of like a very light brown here, but like this is kind of like a Merlot red, which is kind of close to it, but like, oh my gosh, Marcus. Marcus always choosing the most like noisy things to do while I'm live. Give me a moment. Okay, hello, I'm back. Yeah, I know. He's gotta be able to do stuff around the house too, you know? I just wanted like a warning. Oh, bae. Okay. I'm gonna scooch this up a little so you can see what I'm doing with this hand here. Oh, wow, that is too dark. So we're just gonna go ahead and blend whatever's on the paper out. Yeah, I definitely need to find some browns. Where is my brown? I'm actually gonna let that dry a bit and then come back into the dress, which has a lot of like lace here that I want to actually have pop out. So let me go ahead and see. Okay. Yeah, I like that. We're gonna use a little bit of the saturated. Bits over here and where there would be shade. A little bit more attention to detail. I'm gonna go ahead and just very lightly put that so that the... Oh no. that the lace pattern on the dress shows as well. Not like just through where the skin tone's gonna be. Oh, whoops. If you make a mark while it's still wet, just go ahead and re-wet it, and then dry your brush and gently rub it. Gently rub. Contrast, never hurt nobody. Oh, nice. I love that. Just a little bit of the like swoopity swoopities. Very technical terms you see here on Shenanigans. The whooshes, swipis, and the sloppities. Good, yes. Much better on that dress. Let's see, if I look closely at eye color. Let's go ahead and open original here so I can zoom right in. Everyone's eyes look black on this one, and I don't think that's the case actually. If I go closer in here. The baby's eyes are like a blue of the dress. Alright, I can do that. I laid down the flats. It looks very, very saturated, but don't worry. I'm gonna go back in. We're gonna pull it up a bit in certain areas so it looks a little bit more dynamic while still maintaining the same hue. The key is to wet it and then come in with the dry brush to pick up the pigment for the highlights on the bottom of the irises. I'm gonna test this. I want like a deeper blue, but not a purpley blue. Yeah, there we go. Just gonna dot that in really quick. There's a lot of water pooling on here, which is okay because I'm using the frisking liquid for it. So I'm being very light in how I poke the water that's pooling, and then that's gonna create more of a starburst effect, which is something I want in the eyes. You can kind of train it to have the darker blues like go up towards the top. To help with a little bit of that shadow effect at the top of the irises. The mom's eyes, let's see. They're a little bit less of a saturated blue, so let's actually try out this tone. Yeah. So the same thing, I'm gonna flood the area. And instead of another blue in there, to bring down the saturation, because this is super duper saturated. It's like I'm gonna choose a similar blue, but one that's not so like her eyes are a little bit more icy, whereas the babies are like it's a little too much on the baby eye. Let me pull it back a bit. Bring out the white of the paper from underneath just a little bit. There we go. Are you eating your vegetables? The dad's eyes, I think, are brown. Yeah, the dad's eyes are brown. All right. This is still not the one for brown. I think it's the other. Doing his eyes, if I find the right palette, this is straight up red. There's too many palettes for me to go through. Oh, crap. I think the browns are on the black.
Those are the finest watercolors in the world.
I'm trying my best, Marcus. There's just a lot of them. That's the masking fluid. So I painted the dress underneath this, and then I mask fluid the spots I wanted to keep the color of the dress, and then I shaded underneath so that when I remove it, it has that like peekaboo, like there we go. I love you very much, Marcus, but the little boop and the pet tapping is not helpful during art time. He was like petting my head like super aggressively but very lovingly, which is fine and what I usually want, but not like at this exact moment in time. It's always the times when you are like, I can't like take your affections right now, when the partners are like, now is a good time? Now is a good time. And I'm like, no, now is not a good time. Last night, yes. Right now, in this moment, no. Well, Smidrel preoccupied with fine detail painting at the moment, please. Yep, Jessica with the yup in all caps. Does Rick do that to you too? And is like, you said you wanted affection, and you're like, not now. While I'm struggling with legs for 5 days. Literally, like, why? I took it a little bit. I was like, this is quite pleasant, but like... I'm gonna pause coloring for a hot sec. Oh yeah, this helps out immensely. I think I'm gonna have to go in and like paint this man's fine hair on his hands. Okay, he's got... Okay, what will help here too to give more definition to the hands is also like his knuckles. Exactly. Jessica's exactly with like the spaces in between sends me. It sends me. Alright. Knuckly doo. Where are you going? Now he's like grump and closing the door! Oh my gosh! Just because I don't want to be touched doesn't mean I don't want your presence! Good gracious, Ignatius. Ugh. There's no winning. Come on. Good lord. Love for Marcus. Yes, Marcus, I love you. It's just, I'm literally like with the finest watercolor paintbrush trying to like get hand shading correct. It's not the time. Most definitely not the correct time. It's like the equivalent of like you're trying to like draw or like sketch something and then like someone's shaking the table. Except I'm the one that's shaking. I'm shaking from the aggressive love paths. No, it's true, May. It's true. Have you ever been like, I need the most delicate... Okay, May, for you, think about if you were doing diamond art and you're trying to sort, and then you have a little diamond at the little tip of your tool, and then like, I don't know, somebody comes in and starts like touching you as you're trying to lay down the diamond. Give Marcus to me, come on, let's cuddle. Deceased. Oh, okay. How about if you're like, you know what I mean? It's not right timing. Like, not right now. I asked for this affection like 12 hours ago. Now is not exactly the right time. I know somebody here other than Jessica feels what I'm putting down. Come on. Baby hand needs some shadow definition. There you go, see? That shading right there. That's what I'm saying! I'm literally sitting here doing a commission work and I'm like, oh god, and I'm like stressing out about it, and he's just like pappity-papping in my head, and I'm like, I love this. But perhaps like another time, please. You know, is coming together. There we go. He's looking very sickly here. If we can bring in some of the browns. Yeah, there we go. It's like all undertone. See, the thing is I'm the needy one with touch when it comes to it, but I'll like cry about it and want it like at nighttime, right? I'm like, snuggle me, and he's like, no, I want my space, and I'm like, okay, but then he chooses like now, during a live art stream to be like pippity pappity, like no. Not at this exact moment in time. Question? What's your question, Mei Mei? I've got a question. What's your question? Physical touch is Rick's main, like, love language, which I love, just not when I'm in the middle of an art literally any other time, I would be like, swoonity swoon swoon. Big facts. I don't want to be touched when I'm literally struggle bussing, or like, especially like, you know, we're always so like critical of our own artwork, and like, for people, if you know, there's quite literally like a big difference. One splotch, one wrong like slight curve of your line is going to change everything. It changes everything in your piece. Touching it a little too much, not touching it enough, like, ugh, heebity jeebity. Alright, yeah, you can tell. He's coming together. There we go. Just do a little swoopity right here. I'm gonna blend that in. There we go. There we go, my man. That's what we're talking about. It's a little bit better. It's a little bit funny, this feeling inside. If you can't sleep but listening to someone's voicemail would help, is that weird? It's not necessarily weird. I think it depends on the context of that person. I feel like that's very much something that you would do for, say, like a significant other. But even with a significant other, it kind of like is telling of a little bit of too much codependency. There are certain things you should be able to do on your own. Like things that are necessary for your survival, like being able to go to bed. I would not create habits that create a dependency on that other person's ability to be there for you. Because what's gonna happen if, I mean, I'm not saying something will, but you don't want to set yourself up for not being able to go to bed later in life. Heebity jeebity, swoopity swippity swoopities. Well, swoosh. Very technical terms, I'm telling you. I'm kind of tempted to create merchandise that say swippity swoopities and heebity jeebities. I do that a lot with like platforming games. Like, you know, you need to just swoosh the thing in and then like a ba-boops. Yeah, so I mean that's just what I would caution. I'm like, it's fine to like find comfort in people's voicemails and stuff like that, but like, you know, like perhaps find a different coping mechanism for sleep or a different routine so that doesn't like mess you up in the case that something does happen, because you're gonna need to do that quite consistently, and you can't just keep asking people to like leave voicemails for you, you know what I mean? It's not very it's not healthy. I wouldn't say that's a healthy way to go about it. Again, that's just my opinion, but you know, these are good things to talk about with your therapist. I'm not, you know, here trying to offer therapy to anyone in my streams. It's not what that's about. If anyone's gonna ask for my opinion, I will give it, but I do suggest, especially if you have one that you trust that's like consistent, to maybe these are things like, you know what, like that is something that I might want to ask or, you know, bring up as a topic. A good therapist too will not, and there are good or bad therapists. You don't want to be in an echo chamber with your therapist too. Like, they should be there to like listen to you, but they should also have like a little bit of a, hey, but what about this, or have you considered this, or that's interesting, can you tell me more, instead of just sitting there and agreeing with you with stuff. So just like things to keep in mind. But also too, you like, to help your therapist help you, and this is for everybody, you know, like there needs to be a lot of like self, like work on yourself in terms of like what's it called, self-exploration, self-reflection. Like, I'm noticing that this is something that's going on, and not necessarily being like, these are the excuses I can put out, but be like, I notice that when these things are happening, this is what's going on with me. Can you help me unpack that? Or, you know, I think like, May, based on what you told me last time, you had a lot of epiphanies, perhaps, I know that you're gonna bring up. I'm glad for. Bloopity-scoopities. I'm gonna add a little bit more detail on the faces. And like, that's the kind of like exploration I'm talking about, you know, like, oh yeah, I haven't really considered this, but also sharing like the full stories with your therapist too. They can only help you with the amount of context and information that you give them as well. So like, remember like the last Kofi session, Bog and I were like, oh wow, yeah, that context helps. Context is everything. Adding a little bit of that definition on top of that, like a little divot on the top lip, and then a little bit underneath the chins here. Right under the hairline. The water to blend out. How did you know it was me? How did I know what? How did I know what was you? I'm confused. Confusion. A little bit more highlight here on the cheeks. That should help a bit. Thanks for the yellow heart, Jay. Okay, we got about 1 hour left. Because I started like 40 minutes late. I was troubleshooting the camera. So this is definitely gonna be a two-parter. But let me see what I have left with the frisk, because I don't want to leave it for too long. I have to do the base color of the stairs, and I have to do this man's glasses. I think the dress portion, that's all done with the frisking. I'm actually gonna go, and this looks like milk. So the dirtier your water, it's kind of like if you're painting with dirty water, your watercolors are gonna look dirty. Same thing with your brushes. If your brushes are dirty, it's going to look dirty. So I'm gonna refresh the water and come back. But I'm gonna probably put down a, let's see, yes, all of this is dry. So I'm going to choose a base brown and color this portion in, as well as do the glasses, and then remove the frisk. Because this one I wanted to keep white, but then like kind of blend in a little bit of the highlight. So I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. You're doing sneaker restores, nice. Right, yeah, I figured this would be a two-parter. So for the thumbnail, I did write part 1, and yeah. So next week we have to do this again, because the new deadline is like 2 weeks from now. But I'm really glad for that, because then I can take time to like do this instead of rushing it, and it'll be a better job, I think. Those baby eyes are so like saturated. Let's fix that really quick. Kind of like maybe pull it up a bit. back in with that black to fix that pupil. Hold on. Okay. I kind of want a really nice, oh my gosh, what's wrong with you? Give me a moment for the camera again. There it is. One day it will figure itself out and stop doing that. One day. Okay. So, oh yes, also this part of the sleeve. Got it, okay. So what I do want, I kind of like how the light goes through here too. It's like super pretty. I'm gonna bump up the camera just a little bit, which means I might need to refocus again. There we go. You can see a little bit more of the glass action. I want like a warm red-brown. Not so red, a little bit more brown. Yeah. Maybe somewhere in between those two. That's the one. This is the one we're gonna go with. But not as saturated as that. We're gonna go ahead and use up some of the ones on the test strip as well. And just do a nice light. Oh my god. Layer up top of it. Come on, camera. There. Okay. Just gonna focus on doing a flap. That's all it is. Ooh, wow. Okay, we gotta stop right there. I'm gonna actually use a bigger brush. There we go. That's more like it. Really, really saturate this part of the picture. Make sure I'm pulling it at the edge of the washi tape. Bum bum beat bum bum beat bum. Disturbia. Oh my god, please. Okay. These are all the brush sizes I was using so far. I feel like watching Pitch Perfect. Oh. Well, I mean, I'm not here to get in the way of that. Did I just wet my brushes? My bad, babies. Bringing in a little bit of the red down here, kind of a splotchety pattern. Ooh, it's a little too red. There we go. Going in and highlighting with the white here. I think because of the pastels of the dress too, like to get get the right skin tone. I can't like let the shading take too much of it. Otherwise it's not gonna be too accurate. This dude's hand though. I actually need to add more to his hand. That's fine. His hand can stay that way. I think the mom and the baby are looking a little too close. I'm gonna add a little bit more of the highlights on them. My intention here is to kind of like blend in. So I'm doing a little bit of a very light scrubbing action to kind of reactivate the paint underneath. Adding a small little highlight on the nose. And a little bit on the side of the cheek here to make it more pronounced. This hand has a lot of foreshortening and stuff, so that's gonna stay the way it is. It's very dark in the picture, but everything else needs to kind of bump up a little bit in brightness, so it's a little bit more visually interesting. Oh, Jay, you're too kind. Okay. This man's eyes. Oh, and his suit. I think for his shades, I do actually want one of the, like, aviator reds going on here. Yeah. Something like that. Cool. So let's go ahead and bring in some really dark browns for his eyes. We're actually gonna let that dry. Looks very like red, almost a little evil. Almost like the brown reds that David complains about with the Bobo. Okay. The stairs are gonna have a lot more work. The background and the stairs are gonna have a lot more work in the next one, so we'll be focusing more on the background there, but here I want to focus a little bit more on the foreground. I'm looking for my black so I can fix the pupil on the baby, and then also that's the same palette that has the gray, which is the same exact gray as the what's it called? The suit. I found it. Okay. Quite literally the gray is like right there. And there is a little bit of frisking down here too. So I'm gonna wait for this to dry a little bit before I go in with the suit on this side. So we're gonna start with the pupils over here. Kind of activate this black. This one. I'm using the top part to like reshape my brush. It's dry, so now I can go in with the gray. Yep, that's pretty much it. That's nice for me. Don't have to worry too much. Oh, there's some skin tone here for the baby leg. Okay. Doing a little bit of shading over here on the baby sleeve. Collar. Underneath. I think this is also sleeve. Yeah, so we need the same gray. See if I can bring down the brightness. It's a little too bright in comparison to what I'm seeing. There we go. Yeah, it's more accurate. I was tapping that to make sure those were actually dry, so I can go in with the other like brownish red for the shades. I think that's the last bit where there's frisking involved, so that I can pull up the frisk layer. That's too brown. This is a nice shade of red. swap out brushes. I'm gonna make it look a little bit more translucent. Make sure I'm gonna carry out the entire flat to the edges of where the frisk or the graphite is, so it doesn't look totally, if there's any missing gaps and stuff. And doing a little bit of that gradient in areas where I'm noticing in the picture have a little bit more shine to them. Cool. Alright, while I wait for those areas to dry fully, I can tell this part is still a little bit wet. And despite it looking like it's dry, it's a little beveled, which is what I was mentioning earlier. I'm gonna go ahead and do some of the hair flats. So the hair is gonna end up looking much lighter when I do this today, because I'm going by the lightest highlight, not the flat. So sometimes when people watch, they're like, oh yeah, you just need to make it darker. And I'm like, I know. That's not part of the process yet, because when we do watercolor, you can't really, I mean, you can take some color away, kind of like what I did here, but that's like not for an entire like set of hair. You know what I mean? That's not what that's for. So you really want to set like your layer that's the lightest, and then you work your darks in. Let's see. So for our friend here, the mama, this is already like too saturated for her light. So let me actually try a different shade. That's more accurate to the light here. So I'm gonna make that. But again, this is purely just like the lightest of her hair color. It's gonna end up being darker as we go through coloring the piece and adding the shades. Some of it I can add in as small gradients if I know that's where I want a lot of like heavy shading, but I try to just like do it like one layer at a time. That's just what works for me. Might not work that way for everybody, and each piece kind of like is a little bit of an improv piece, if I'm gonna be honest, kind of depending on like what kind of like effect I'm going for. So here it's a lot more saturated because it's going to be on the inside. I'm not going to fret too much about that. And it gives it a nice effect. Same thing with the curls here, like this is going to go up and then down. So these two parts are going to be a little bit darker. And then I can use that on the paper to like pull into the areas. Gonna be more evident the texture of the hair. Her hair is very shiny, at least in the photos, but it's gonna be a lot more evident when I add in the shades. Oh boy. color in her eyebrows. Okay. Got the first layer down for her. The baby. They're like a gradient. So the baby has like a in between, like a brown. And then the dad has like really dark brown. Yeah, like almost like a red. Kind of like the stairs. It's like a highlight of red. Again, these are the lightest tones that I'm seeing. Definitely gonna need a part 2. A lot more defined next week. More minutes.
I just wanted to see the painting.
These are the flats. And then I'm actually waiting for this to dry fully, and then we're gonna rip off the frisk on the stairs. This part here, the dress, and the sunglasses, which will make it pop more. So next week we're gonna add more detail on here, the background, and then a second layer of shading so that this has time to fully dry. What?
I saw this on the screen. And seeing it on the screen, it's way more orange, and I thought it was Thai tea, and I looked down, and I was like, where did you get Thai tea from?
It kind of looks like Thai tea. Very watered down Thai tea, yeah.
It doesn't look that color in real life.
Thai tea? You haven't had Thai tea since your move? That's like tragic. So sorry. You'll be able to have Thai tea again soon though, right? I assume where you're gonna be has like Thai food places, unless it's like a very California thing to have Thai food. Oh shoot. It's okay. We'll do that next week. I realized I didn't color the neck. Let's get some eyebrows are gonna help a lot. Coloring the eyebrows the color of the hair. These eyebrows kind of like frame. The glasses. So I do have to do that before I start peeling off Frisk willy-nilly. Ugh, hopefully though. I'm gonna go ahead and add just a little bit more brown near the nose here so he doesn't look like Voldemort and a Hibikadibi. Hibikadibi. He needs to have some definition on this nose underneath. Hibikadibi. Non-existent nose. Yeah, there's a lot of shading around here. And then this cheek. There we go, my dude. You have a face now. These browns do not look like the palette at all. Alright, so as we do this, I'm gonna look at a close-up of this man's hand, his arms. I'm gonna use my finest point brush and actually put in the hair. Especially where it was a little bit more pigment. Kind of scooching it into the shades. There's this whole section underneath the hand that's a lot of shadow. Kind of want to bring that out just a little bit so it adds some definition to the hand. Grab the black, just kind of mix it in just a little bit, not too much. It's a very much needed contrast between this very busy area here as well. At this point in the stream, I'm gonna go ahead and just make sure my brushes are nice and clean and put away properly. Reshaping the tips, putting them away. There is certainly still a lot more work to be done because I really want to rip off the frisk. I don't want to let that sit for too long. I don't want it to sit for a week, if that makes sense, because then it's gonna like fuse into the paper, and high key I'm still kind of a little worried that it fused onto the paper already. So I want to do that now so that if the paper rips to shreds underneath, I can come up with a different game plan and then come at the next stream with a different version. I did keep the original where I blocked out the biggest pieces for the line art itself. And then, so in the case I need to do it again, I have a pretty good reference point. I'm gonna put that white away actually. Trying to find the piece. Aha. So the white one is gonna go right into this palette. Excellent. Good stuff. Okay, so I think this section's dry, so we can at least start pulling off the frisk on this part. On the stairs. I'm using a good old gummy eraser. You can already see that ripped it right off, but the paper underneath is in still pretty good shape, which is good. So pretty much all it's doing is leaving the white of the paper under. This one actually didn't have frisk, so it actually just erased a little bit of what I was going for. I'm gonna redraw that back in. Okay. Does this area have frisk? It does not. The frisk is actually down here. Still good. All right. Wow, look, the stairs are already looking so much better. I haven't even gone in to add the shades yet, but this area is looking a lot better. bit more definition on this side, but I do like how it kind of fades into the light, which is what happens in the photo. Okay. Let's do the eyes. Oh yeah, so much better. Oh wow. Yeah, those baby eyes like really pop a lot. Let's do this portion here for the coat. Huge difference. Once I lay down like places that I think are pretty like solid too, I can actually go in and then add a little bit more of the pencil work to redefine areas to make them stand out a little bit more. Okay, so far so good. This is looking really nice. Let me push it down so you can see what I'm talking about. So these are the areas here that were frisked that give a little bit more definition in terms of like the highlights, right? So these were white of the paper. The white of the paper is very, very important to give it a more organic look, as opposed to just coloring everything right off the bat. This one, I did a full color with a little bit of a shade here because these areas here are going to be darker, which is gonna contrast here a lot better. It's gonna really pop next week, so I'm super excited for that. This here, there was a lot of bounce light here in the photo, and that definition line that is still white helps separate this from the shading of the hand, which helps it pop, which is really nice. But if I wanted even more, I can go back in here after the fact and like kind of sketch that in, which already has made a huge difference. Let's see. So on this portion, I'm like very lightly tapping to feel the texture of the frisk liquid. I'm not trying to like put, aha, see, because they're translucent. So sometimes it's really hard to tell. Here we go. Right here, it's a very light blue. So this is something that you're gonna be able to see a little bit more up close as I do this. There we go. See, now we have a nice highlight on this rim right here. This one's going to be darker here. This is going to stay this highlight, and this is going to be darker, which is gonna make the stairs, again, pop. Let's see. I think we had the glasses, yeah? Yeah, this part's already dry, so let's see how that ends up looking like. With this one, I was gonna have to go back in and then redo the like frame, but there's a lot of highlighting going on here. There we go. It's gonna look a lot better from like far away sort of thing. I think there's like a lot more highlight on this area and right here. And then actually the shading down here is like right where the bridge of the nose is, which I was trying to add more definition to anyways. So we can just go ahead and carry that in and then give a little triangle down here. Yeah. Let's see her eyes. See, I did the exact same thing on the baby that I did on this one. Oh, nice. Very vibrant, very anime eyes. Can make it actually a little bit less shiny. There you go. Can also see a little bit of the pink undertones I had earlier. I want to go in. She has a nice lip color, so I'm going to do that next week. Oh, and I think now this. So this is not going to show up white. It's going to hopefully be a very similar color to the Frisk itself, actually. But you should be able to see more of the skin tone from like under here. I'm actually quite nervous about this. But let's give it a go. Oh, nice. Okay. There's that nice light blue that we did in the beginning of the stream. So what we're hoping for is a little bit of a lace texture look. Oh. Oh, snap. It's the first time I did something like this, which is really exciting. Ba-ba-da-ba. There is so much Frisk going on in here. Oh my gosh, that's so much. So far, it looks like it's working. What's troubling me here is that the Frisk liquid itself is quite literally a very similar color to the actual color that's peeling off. So I'm having a hard time really grasping which ones were left where, because it was a lace. I think I'll go in and poke in some more holes around here. Because it was a lace, especially down here, like I can't tell which ones I've already removed or not. This one's a little bit more obvious because there's skin blotches, so I can tell when it's doing the thing it should be doing and not. Yeah, this is like one of the first ones, the first areas we did, so it's a little bit more attached to the piece. Frisking can get kinda messy. But I've always wanted to practice this technique, and I so far have no regrets other than the mess. Especially if you're doing a lot of like detailed areas like this. Like for the eyes and the glasses, it worked out really well. Things like this for the stairway, easy peasy. Things like this dress, nightmare. Absolute nightmare fuel. Okay, there we go. Now we're getting some of the remnants off here. So I'm kind of like going over what feeling because it's gonna feel like glove. You have to be careful about touching your watercolor paper though, because it is going to leave like oils from your fingertips. So I'm only kind of touching the areas that I know I'm kind of like done with the flats at the very least. Aha, did you see that? See the difference between this side and this side? This is a lot of frisking liquid that has dried over. Like right here. There we go. We're getting there, we're getting there. I'm gonna focus on taking off everything before I start making judgments of where I need to re-add in some graphite that got removed. I just could probably use another layer or two, but like more of like shading layers as opposed to like texture. I was more concerned about putting in flats and texture on this day. And then next week we can focus a little bit more on like definition, contrast value. See this part right here? Honey. Yes. Just now. Alright, let's take a look from far away. Oh yeah, see the... Oh my gosh, hi Captain! We're on part 1. But I'm already kind of seeing this is exactly what we're hoping for, at least for the first couple layers. I'm gonna do some redefinition here. Excellent, yes. We're gonna do a lot more background stuff too. Honey, you wanna come see it without the frisk? I'm gonna go in here and kind of highlight or add shadow on some of the lace bits. Where I want a little bit more obvious definition of the texture we're going for. Yeah, I need to do the baby leg and I need to do the neck. We can do that next week. Looking good, thank you, thank you. Watercolor work takes several days and several hours, and especially background. Any artist that like has tried making a background before knows how much extra work comes to it. So if you go to my Ko-fi and you see like background plus $40, it's because I literally spent like sleepless nights on like trying to get this background right. anything with like architecture, mechanical stuff, everyone has their, you know, their fortes. These are not mine. I can do it with a lot of like practice and a lot of reference and a lot of time spent, but you know, ultimately my forte is more with the character designing. So you're gonna have to end up paying a little bit extra for people's time and effort. And even so, even if someone's very quick with it, then it becomes like you're paying for their skill, for all the time that they spent to get up to that point. For instance, Captain is very quick with the After Effects stuff, but I couldn't do that to save my life. And so I'm, you know, our trades are based off of like filling in the gaps of skill level sort of thing. All right, we're gonna bump it up a little bit further away so we can kind of see what the whole piece kind of looks like. I'm gonna fix a little bit of the brightness levels and focus and all that stuff. And this is actually where we're gonna say goodbye. Oh. Don't know why it looks like that. There we go. So yeah, these are the lightest values of the piece, and then next week we're gonna focus more on detail, where we're gonna get like kind of like the definition we see in the hands here, and then like defining like certain areas here so it doesn't look like loopy goopy, and then shades and all of that fun stuff. It'll be another 4 hours. 4 hours of painting next week, so don't miss out. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Let's see. We're gonna go to end scene. Stream time is over. It's time to say goodbye. Yeah, stream time is over. It's time to say goodbye. Goodbye, Shenanigans. Next time on Shenanigans, we're going to have Mario Kart 8. We're gonna prepare a little bit for the wave coming out. It's coming out this week. It's coming out Thursday night, apparently. But yeah, it's gonna be good stuff. So tonight and tomorrow there will be no new waves, and I am kind of like taking a look at my calendar to see where I can fit some Mario Karting on Friday, but we will have to see. You will not find me here on YouTube doing Mario Kart. You will find me on Facebook. Feel free to click on the link tree in the pinned comment to check out all of my other social media, like my Facebook streams and my TikTok and all that other fun stuff. All right, take care, everybody. Don't forget to hydrate, to take care of yourselves, and have a really great day. Bye.